Hello and welcome to the Tufts Cupid Challenge. Unfortunately, you just missed the men's 60-meter dash, but let's go over the results for you. I'm here with my friend Sam Goldie and Brady Stahelski out of
Yes,
Williams is talk of the town coming out of the 60-meter. Came in with a 7.37 PR. That was head of the pack, but he smashed it out of the park with 7:11.
definitely. And look, his teammate Oaks Sullivan right there with him at 7-11. So definitely a strong start to the meet for Williams here. And as in with any track meet, definitely as a team you want to start out strong, and I'd say Williams just did that. But Tufts is also not doing too shabby. I mean, third and fourth right here with Josh Wilkie and Ryder. They're right in there. So
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Sullivan, the freshman in the third heat, kind of a an unexpected blast in that 60-meter, and he's one of the top performers in the remaining events that we have today. A 1.75 PR, which is kind of a whole field tie, except for the 180 that Alex Robin has in the high jump. And then in the long jump, the best in this field, a 6.62-meter PR from earlier this season. But then you mentioned Wilkie right on their tails from that second heat with that 719. So some solid challenge so far. Let's go over what we've got for you today. It's all combined events from this Cupid challenge. So
yes,
for the men's heptathlon, you just saw the 60-meter dash. We've still got the high jump, shot put, and long jump, and the 800-meter to come. No, sorry, long jump, shot put, and high
yeah,
jump.
high jump.
Then for the women's pentathlon, so that's 4 of 7 events. The other 3 events, the 60-meter hurdles, the pole vault, and the 1,000 will be tomorrow. And then all of the women's pentathlon, high jump, shot put, long jump, 800-meter, and before you now, 60-meter hurdles are all today.
Definitely. And they're just lining up right now for the 60-meter hurdle. So that should be starting any minute now, really. They got the hurdles all set up on the track there. And um, let's look into that, David.
Yeah, talk to me heat one times, Sam. The leaders coming into this one, that 9:17 for Tufts, Madeline Silvera, and right on our tail, 9:35 for Anaya Thomas. Their best times of the season, both seniors. We'll see how they match up in this first heat. Alongside them from Williams, Livy Mazzaroli, and from Wentworth, Leslie Santos.
Definitely. It's a relatively tightly packed heat. So this should be pretty exciting.
And they're off for
Oh, no.
Amherst. Oh, and
No.
called back.
I don't think the gun ever went off.
Maybe they were swarming.
Hey, well, strong
Got a
warm
little
up.
unsteady. Yeah, I should have figured based on the pace if that was the race.
Okay. Slow start to the day here.
Gentlemen, both flights have a 15-minute warm-up of the long jump. So not only check in, but you can set your box and get to warm up 10 spin as well. JumboCast. That's long jump. Hey, how are you guys for JumboCast?
And for Tufts, we have high jumper Karsten Krop now with a message before the race begins.
Yeah, here we go, Bose. Let's lock in.
Wonderful. Very inspirational.
Well, there you have it. Speaking of lock again, let's go over just the times for these heats going into the
For sure.
50-meter hurdles. Heat 1, so, Lacey Santos from Wentworth is a 9.6 on the season. Willie Mazzaroli, the 9.67. And then, as we mentioned, Thomas and Silvera kind of really the head of the pack for the hurdles. In
Definitely.
Heat 2, another Tufts, Ariel Tichala has the 9.73. Jordan Murphy from Hartford at 10.14. Ada Fisher from Smith, right around 10 flat, 10.02, and Madison Vant from Amherst at 10.39. In the third heat, a lot of runners. That should be a close one. I'm looking forward to 30 because a lot of runners right around that 10.6 mark. Vivian Coles at 10.55, Zoe Mulvihill at 10.57, and Morgan Rome at 10.63. And then kind of currently seated at the top of that heat, Tessa Player of Tufts at 10.42. Then in the final heat, it is Emma Conway of WPI, 11.04. Lauren Kotu of WPI at 11.26. Caitlin Embry of WPI at 10.88. So they've got a little WPI 1, 2, 3, maybe spurring each other on in that race. And then Elaine McCarty from Smith at 11.27. Those are all season records.
Oh,
so far.
those are all-time records. But most of them are from this season, so looking cross heat though. Yeah, I thought you said like total. We're gonna have to go with it. There could definitely be some crossover from Heat 1 into Heat 2, just in terms of placement here. I mean, we'll have to see. It's all pretty tightly packed, as you'd expect with a short race like this, so. Not quite sure on what the holdup is. It looks like they're getting ready to go, finally.
Heat 1, once again, Thomas, Silvera, Santos, and Mazzarol.
And they're off.
Thomas catches on the first hurdle. Silvera out front, but
Oh,
no, not anymore. Wentworth, it is Lacey Santos who appears to take it away in this first heat.
nice push at the end by her there. We'll have to wait for the results to come in to confirm, but definitely looking like she took that heat.
Yeah, solid few meter lead there at the end for Santos, and then neck and neck with Silvera for Tufts and Mazzarol for Williams.
Oh,
Thomas catching up on that first
there we
hurdle.
go. Santos takes first with a time of 9:54, and then Thomas in second, 9:65. Mazzarol, 9:67 for third. So
Silvera
pretty close
9.2
there, yeah.
back up.
That lean at the end got her that that few hundredths of a second.
Right.
Very small, but very enthusiastic crowd today.
And now the second heat, stepping up to their blocks. Once again, it'll be from Amherst, Madison Vant, from Hartford, Jordan Murphy, and from Tufts, Ariel Chajal.
Oh, and Ada Fisher from Smith. I guess not. I don't know.
And here we go. Coming into the last hurdle,
Oh,
it's
Ariel seems
Chajal
to.
and Murphy
Yep.
together, and looks like Chajal takes it away. Murphy in the middle, and Vant in third. Wait on the times.
Yep. Churchill takes first, 989. Murphy in second, 1016, and Vant in third with 1053. So really one after the other right there.
Yeah, pretty much in line with how they've been running so far this season. Churchill had the best time coming into this race at 973. Murphy in second with that 1014. She had 1016 today, so just point off 202 off her season record. And then Vant was at 1039 before, so just behind that.
Definitely. And walking right in, those are going to be 5th, 6th, and 7th places so far.
And now the third heat, stepping up to their blocks, it will be from Williams, Vivian Coles from Amherst, Morgan Rome, and from Tufts, Tessa Player, a little bit of an all NESCAC heat
Oh, yeah.
here for the third. And they're off. Around even through two hurdles. Player starting to pull away.
Oh, yeah.
Player up
Clear
top.
mood. Oh, yep.
Coles reels in second on her shoulder, and in the middle, Rome in third.
We'll have to see if any of those times can pick anyone off so far, but not quite sure.
Player with a really strong run on the outside. Coles almost stayed with her.
Oh, there, 10-10. So she's now going to be in 6th place. And Cole is coming in at 1050. And Rome at 1159.
And for those at home, that is a new season record, it appears, for Tessa Player. She was at 1042. Now bring that down to 1010. Also for for Coles, she was previously at a 10.55. Now in that run, a 10.5. So also a season best for her. And in your fourth and final heat, it is side by side the three runners from WPI: Emma Conway, Warren Kotu, and Caitlin Embry. And the lone runner alongside them from Smith is Elaine McCarty.
Run the camera, John. Stop. Run the camera. Back.
On their blocks now. And they're off. Three WPI runners out front, all shoulder to shoulder. This one's going to be tight.
Oh, wow.
The runners
They're
urging
really-
each other on, and they all come in together, followed by McCarty from Smith. And as I said, maybe they'd be urging each other on. It certainly appeared so. You can see all three of them high-fiving beyond the finish, right shoulder to shoulder. We'll see on the big screen what the result was. coming in today, Embry at 10:88 was the best time of the season, and today she once again is in the front, and in so doing sets her season best at 10:74. Right behind her is Conway, 10:87. That's also a senior record, and then Kotu at 10:93 was previously at 11:26, also a season best. So these three WPI runners setting a new bar for themselves in that race. McCarthy winds up at 11:97, bit behind her season best of 11:27. The Smith runner.
Nice, and that closes out for the 60-meter hurdles for the Pent. Just to go over the top three, Lacey Santos of Wentworth takes first. That gives her 800 points. Anaya Thomas of Amherst gets second. That's 779 points. And Livy Mazarol takes third, giving her 775 points.
And when we see you for the pentathlon again, I believe it will be the high jump first.
This is a final call for the weigh-in. You have it. Last call. Weigh-in.
We just got word that the high jump will be starting at around 3:50, so we'll be back a few minutes before it to go over the heats and or the flights and talk about what's going on.
And welcome back. We're about to get started here with the women's pentathlon high jump. Simultaneously going on is the men's heptathlon long jump, and we'll have results from that for you soon, but unfortunately no live coverage. Meanwhile, in the high jump, we'll have two flights alternating on the two sides here. In flight one, we have the three jumpers from WPI, Emma Conway, Lauren Coutu, and Caitlin Embry, along with Morgan Rome from Amherst, Lacey Santos from Wentworth, and Tessa Player from Tufts. On the other side, in flight two, it'll be Elaine McCarty from Smith, Anaya Thomas from Amherst, from Williams, Livy Mazzarol and Vivian Coles, from Tufts, Ariel Chichile and Madeline Silvera, from Amherst, Madison Vant, and from Hartford, Jordan Murphy. Coming into today, the season best in the high jump, Jordan Murphy from Hartford leading the pack at 167. Behind her, Livy Mazzarol of Williams at 164, and Anaya Thomas of Amherst at 162. Then there's a big pack in the 1.4, 1.5 range. It's early days. A lot of jumpers will set new best today as we get started here.
Definitely.
As it appears, sides at 126 and 129 now. 26 for flight 1, 29 for flight 2. And for Williams, it's for Amherst. Sorry. And over here on flight 2, Silvera clears 129. And it's Coles, who didn't get her last attempt at 129, now looking to clear for Williams. And she does.
There she goes. It looks like they're raising it up now.
Meanwhile, on the other side, you can't see right now, but it's the three WPI jumpers and Amherst Madison Vant making their attempts. Vant now stepping up.
Oh,
Okay.
she clears it.
126 is cleared by Vant.
All right, there we go. Now we should begin a little more on flight 1. Oh,
And that was Lacey Santos for Wentworth. Not able to clear that attempt at 126.
pretty sure she's still got at least one left, though, but I'm not positive.
On the other side now, it is Silvera going for 132.
Ah,
And
not
knocks it down.
quite.
And on flight 1, Tessa Player for Tufts clears at 126.
Oh, Just misses it there. Pretty sure who that was. I can't tell.
Meanwhile, we have some results from the men's heptathlon long jump. And first, from Wentworth, was Oliver Bishop at 6.23 meters. Behind him, Brady Stahelski at 6.17 meters. He led the pack in that 60-meter hurdle at 6:11. So on top for now. In third for Tufts at 6:08 meters, Dylan Moreno, known to many as D Money. And fourth, tied at that 6:08 mark, Keeson Kai out of Amherst. Ethan Ramirez from WPI at 6:05 in the pack there for plus 597. Eli Webersick at 5.85 for Brandeis. Alex Robin from Amherst at 5.77. Graham Josephson from Connecticut College at 5.62. Drew Alves from Bridgewater State at 5.36. And rounding out your top 10 from Amherst, Santiago Benbow at 5.33.
Awesome. So it looks like that was the first flight done, and now they'll be moving on to the second. So we'll have to see how that placement shifts, or if it does. Never know. Looks like they're getting ready to raise the bar over on the flight 1.
Yeah, currently in the women's high jump, flight 2 is at 135 with Solera and Gold. Meanwhile, flight 1 at 129 to be raised. And now on
I
flight
believe that's
2,
Lane
just
McCarty. Oh,
and she clears at 135.
very nice. I think that was first attempt too. So she's still looking strong.
McCarty's high jump PR this season is a 147, so some ways to go to her season best.
Flight 1. Aw. Didn't quite make it there.
For WPI, the high jump season record so far for Emma Conway, 126, and then knotted at 141 are Lauren Kotu and Caitlin Embry.
Oh. Does not make that either. Oh.
For flight 2, Silvera now stepping up to 135.
Aw. I think that was her caught on her heels there. Oh, going back to flight 1. Looks like Tessa Player clears 129. Effortlessly. All right, flight 1. It looks like Emma Conway's running up right now. And, not quite.
Conway not able to clear at 129. Her season best at 126.
So hey, if she clears it,
Would have been
yeah.
season best. Notably, All three of these jumpers for WPI are multi-sport
Oh.
athletes.
And Madeline Seviera
And
missed
clear at
it.
129 for Caitlin Embry.
Oh, that was Lacey Santos. Does not quite get the 129, but
Conway, cross-country runner. Kotu plays field hockey, and Embry, a soccer player. Meanwhile, on the other side now, it is still at 135. Flight 1, Emma Conway attempting at 129 centimeters. Cannot clear.
I think that was her last attempt too. So Lacey Santos clears the 129. So she'll be moving on to I believe 132. Is where they're raising it next on flight 1. Meanwhile, flight 2, I believe Madeline Seviera just cleared 135. It looks like they're raising that too. So the field's definitely starting to narrow down a bit here.
McCarthy for Smith now to attempt at 138 on flight 2.
Oh, looked like she was going to make it there, but she's got a couple more tries left, so, or attempts. Back on flight 1, I believe Lauren Kotu attempting 132, her first attempt. And she makes it.
And now on flight 2, Tessa Player for Tufts at 138.
Oh,
Ooh, catches the sidebar on that one. She had the height. I think hitting the sidebar knocked it off.
oh.
My apologies. That was Ariel Chechile on flight 2 for Tufts. Caught the sidebar. She'll have more attempts at 138.
Oh,
Meanwhile, Vivian Coles clears at 138 for Williams.
very nice. I think her first attempt too. Not too shabby.
And now Silvera attempting at 138 on the second flight. And no
Ah,
clear.
and that's Tessa Player. Ah, not quite.
Catches a calf at 132.
Oh,
Meanwhile, in flight 1, Morgan Rome for Amherst, not able to clear at 138. Here's McCarthy again from flight 2. On flight 1, that was Embry. Now here's McCarthy.
Ah,
Just short at
not
138.
quite. Looked like she just didn't have quite enough momentum there to get over.
Meanwhile, for Tufts,
Oh,
player
wow.
clears at 132. On flight 2, this is Chechile at 138.
Wow.
Clears with ease, Ariel Chechile.
And that was at 138. So she's getting up there. Oh, clears it.
Embry with the clearance at 132. She'll move on.
All right, flight 1 is now being raised to 135. I believe there's only 2 jumpers left.
Flight 2 for Amherst now. It's Vant. Can't make it.
Oh. All right, flight 1 here. They're starting their jumps at
Kotu stepping up.
135.
Meanwhile, on flight 2, McCarthy clears at 138 for Smith. And
And
Kotu
Kotu.
clears at
Wow.
135 for WPI.
First attempt.
Next attempts on flight 1 will be Embry and flight 2, Silvera.
And Embry makes it, and Silvera makes it.
So Embry will move up past 135 and Silvera respectively past 138. Vant now to attempt anew at 138 for flight 2.
I believe her third attempt. Oh.
Clear at 138.
Just barely got the top of that bar.
And on the other side, Rome for Amherst also unable to clear this attempt at 135. It is Vivian Coles now stepping up for Williams as they raise the bar on flight 2.
And that was Lacey Santos of Wentworth. Did not quite clear that at 135. All right, Elaine McCarty Smith stepping up to attempt 141, her first attempt.
On this side, it was Tessa Player clearing at 135.
Oh, there she goes.
One try,
Oh, wow.
there's 141 cleared for Elaine McCarty. And Rome also clearing here on the first flight at 135. Here's Chechile to attempt at 141. And
Wow.
easily cleared for Ariel Chechile.
Yeah, there was at least a few centimeters of distance between her and that bar, so looking strong.
And now for Williams, it is Mazzarol also clearing at 141. Following will be her Williams teammate, Vivian Coles.
She's got a pretty long run up there. Not messing around. And she makes it.
So both Williams jumpers moving past 141 with ease.
Definitely had a few centimeters to go there.
Cole's high jump record on this season is 141. So she'll be happy to move past that mark.
This is Silvera
Mazzarol's,
here.
however, a 164. So she hopes to
Oh,
push a good bit further into this competition.
Silvera does not quite clear that.
Silvera's season best, a 151. So another 10 centimeters on what she's currently looking at. Chechile's a 156. On the other side, Rome and Player are 138 and 136, so coming up on their season best soon. As are Coach Vu and Embry at 141.
Check in real quick with the heptathlon long jump. Seems like the second flight's almost done, so hopefully we can get some results in just a few minutes. And Silvera makes it, moving up to 144. Doesn't quite clear the bar there.
Meanwhile, the second flight of the men's heptathlon long jump still in progress. We'll have full results for you soon from that event. Meanwhile, on flight 1, it is Rome clearing at 138.
Jumping over to flight 2. We have
Her best
McCarty.
season is a 138, so tying her season best with that jump.
Yeah,
McCarty's best a 147, so 3 centimeters short of her top mark of the season. She'll look to continue progressing. On the side, it was Player for Tufts clearing.
Oh, not quite, but she's still got a couple more jumps left.
I'd say we tried both.
This is Chechel from Tufts. She clears it again with what looks like a lot of extra centimeters under there. So she could be in here for the long game.
Yeah, Chachal 156 season best. Unsurprising to see her clear with ease at 144. Mazzarol also near the top of.
Oh.
Ooh, bend don't break. Livy Mazzarol clearing at 144, as you mentioned, her best at 164. So a ways to go for her,
Definitely a
supposedly,
ways to go.
presumably as well. Vivian Coles at 144.
Ah,
Can't clear on that attempt to set her season best.
ah.
Silvera now attempting at 144. With
There she
success.
goes.
7 centimeters away now from her season's best.
And now we have McCarty from Smith.
And McCarty begins her run at 144. And it is a successful one for Kaylin McCarty.
Definitely. Next we have Mazzarol from Williams attempting at 144.
Mazzarol steading up, but it looks like Coles will jump
Oh.
first.
Yes. Ah.
No luck. Mazzarol, I believe, already cleared at 144.
Oh. We have Tessa Player of Tufts starting her run up at 141. She clears it.
Selfies and stuff. It's able to work because they have the transmitter signal going up and away. When it's going across, the signal gets interrupted and you can't get across it from there. Yeah.
So then the camcorder here, or that was just my bad, will look at a type item. I can't find the app. Changes from an SDI to an HJ.
Oh, it's the desktop manager? Can I like go into Finder? And is this the new
Coles' final attempt at 144.
Oh, that
Close.
was so close.
desktop views? Yes, this.
Well, we don't need to read.
Yeah, and then you can just change one of these. So minimize that. But it's in
Looks like some long jump action back there.
okay. Okay. Yeah, that might be like a SDI.
I believe that was Joseph Kwame Waldman jumping for Williams, having a great applause on the opposite side.
Again, we'll have results for you in just a few minutes. Doesn't quite clear it. McCarty from Smith attempting at 147.
Only getting one.
Oh, that was Rome from Amherst over at the flight
Rome.
1 pit.
Doesn't clear on that attempt of 144. Meanwhile, flight 2 is up to 147 now. Mazzarol and Chachal stepping out.
Oh, and player clears 144.
And now here's Chachal 147.
Oh, wow. It really looked like she was going over there. She just did not pick up her legs enough.
And Kotu's attempt at 144, no luck. On this side, it's Mazzarol at 147.
Oh, and she makes it.
Ease. So she will move on past the 147 mark. Meanwhile, here's Rome, 144.
Oh, not quite there. I'm pretty sure that was her final attempt.
So my Clippers
On flight 2, it is Silvera now to attempt at 147.
Oh, she's running back.
Thinks better of it. Perhaps reimagining her run up.
That was smart. She knew it wasn't going to work out. Go back. Try again. Oh.
Meanwhile, on the opposite side,
Oh.
clapping is her rider, Nikki from Tufts.
Silvera does not clear 147.
Nikki, the sophomore, a 6'12" season best in the long jump.
I'm sorry, that was Morgan Rome from Amherst, and that was her final attempt.
McCarty attempting at 147 for Smith.
Ah.
And not quite succeeding on that attempt. Close. Chechal now to take her second attempt at 147.
Jumps. Oh.
And it is an unsuccessful attempt for Chechal, so one more. So Silvera and McCarthy now preparing for their third attempts at 147.
Oh, doesn't quite make it.
And the runner now on the opposite side, I believe, is Josh Wilkie for Tufts. Meanwhile, McCarthy now to make her third and final attempt at 147. On the other side, that was Player with no success at 147.
Silviera's PR was a 151, so a little off. But
Desmond
still,
Player,
not bad.
notably, so far her season best in the high jump, a 136, and she's attempting today at 147. So a solid performance
Definitely.
from her on the day. Chachal now third and final attempt at 147. And she clears.
Wow.
Chachal will move on.
Likely to 150. To Silvera. No.
And Silvera cannot complete at 147, so 144, I believe, will be her mark for the day. So flight 2 now raised to 150.
You guys are up for Oscars.
Not quite on a point.
One day.
So at 150, Anaya Thomas for Amherst.
Actually, is she just coming in now at 150? I believe she is.
Thomas, a season best of 162, and she clears with ease at 150.
Yeah.
No surprises here. Remaining Ariel Chachal and on the other side, Olivia Mazarol.
So
Child's first attempt at 150.
signal.
Clear.
Wow.
And it took 3 attempts at 147, 150, just the one.
She was just warming up.
Another like SDI.
The competitor from Williams, Olivia Mazarol, to attempt at 1.5 meters. Short run up.
No, not quite.
Just short.
It was her calves there.
Also stepping up from Hartford, it's Jordan Murphy. She will also be taking her first jumps. We mentioned that 167, her season best of the year. So a top competitor in the high jump for this field. And she clears at 1.5 with what appears to be a little effort.
Again, just the warm up.
No. No. It's black. Like it's not the light transmitter.
So we have 3 clearances at 1.5, and Mazzarol will look to make it 4, and
Oh!
he does.
There, little wobble. Hits it a little, but does not fall.
And so all 4 competitors will clear at 150. It's Murphy, Thomas, Chechile, and Mazzarol.
And on flight 1, we still have Tessa Player attempting at 150 as well. Oh!
Just
I
short.
really thought that was going to stay up. I believe Player is the last person left on flight 1.
And now we will have compiled results in just a moment from the Heptathlon men's long jump. On flight 2 of the women's pentathlon high jump, there are 4 competitors remaining. Murphy and Thomas entered for the 150. Now they'll go for 153, and remaining from earlier is Chechile and Mazzarol. Here's Thomas for Amherst. And it's easy clearance for Anaya Thomas. She'll move on past 153.
Oh, and Tessa Player, does not clear the 150. And again, I believe she is the last remaining jumper for flight 1.
For flight 1, yes. Here's Chechile at 153 for Tufts. And no luck at 153. She took 3 attempts at 147, 1 at 150. Perhaps needs to find a rhythm again here at 153. Already pushing up against her season best. .156, so that would be the bar to come. Here's Mazzarol. And Mazzarol clears at 153 for Williams.
Again, effortless, really.
And she made her first jump at 150. Here at 153, it is easy clearance for Murphy.
Those two definitely look like they're in it for the long haul.
Definitely the favorite coming into today's combination events for Hartford. In this event specifically, the high jump is Jordan Murphy. So 3 clearances at 153. It'll be Chechile with attempt 2.
You can listen. You might also be hearing.
Honestly, we could probably just
And no luck on attempt 2, so 1 to go for Ariel Chechile.
Oh, she's close, though. Long jump result should be coming in any minute, really.
Yeah, so I think it might be an issue with the cable. So that's what I hope. Also, we would have to be coming from charters and baseballs. Okay. That guys, I have teams. I wasn't sure what the Amherst sound operations.
should be. I think thrown. So Chechile now for her third and final attempt at 1 meter and 53 centimeters.
Oh, I only brought one. You want me to go second? Sorry. Yeah.
Here's Chechile's run. And cannot clear our 153 after 3 attempts, so 3 competitors will move on to the 156. It's Mazarol, Thomas, and Murphy.
Strong effort by Chechile, but just did not quite get the vertical distance there to clear. But down to the top 3.
Fourth, Josh Wilkie from Tufts, 1398. Brady Stahelski, Williams, 14. Sullivan from Williams with 1,505 points.
And perhaps you're the loudspeaker, but we have overall results so far through 2 events for the men's heptathlon. It's Sullivan and Traponicki at 1 and 2. Wilkie not far behind. By 5, it's Ramirez and Bishop. Those are your leaders through 2 events.
Hopefully in just a few minutes we can get those actual numbers in. Just waiting for them to come through. All right, flight 2. The bar is now raised to 1.56 meters.
All right. Forgot to mention for Williams, Stahelski is also 3rd in front of Wilkie at 4. So 2 Williams racers, Oak Sullivan and Stahelski, are at those 1 and 4 spots. For Tufts, Kropotnicki, and Wilkie doing well so far through 2. Here's Anaya Thomas to attempt at 156.
Wow.
And just doesn't make it. Here's Livy Mazarol for Williams. Clears at 156, so she'll keep moving on up. Once again, Mazarol comes in today with the 2nd best season best of the field at 164.
That's Murphy's run up. And she also clears.
Speaking of field bests, once again, Murphy. He and Mazarol could go back and forth in this competition. The 3rd competitor remaining now, Anaya Thomas, stepping up for Amherst. Thomas unable to clear, so she'll have 1 attempt left at this 156 mark. Talked about earlier, she's at 162 as a season best, so 2 runs short currently of her top season performance.
You need to grab it. He says the one over there is running low, so I'm not sure.
So if you want to go home, we can go up to Jamie's. He was charged charge battery. Charge battery.
Yeah, Jake says he wants it about so.
Now Amherst and Thomas will step up for her third attempt at 156 of the high jump.
It was an SDI issue that was able to say would be.
Thomas's run,
I've done that a few times.
and she
Wow.
clears on her third attempt to move on up to 159. So, results now in from flight 1 of the high jump, which is concluded. Player for Tufts at 147 and 11 centimeter season best at the top. Then for WPI, it is Lauren Kotu. She jumped a 141, tied with Amherst Rome, who also jumped 141. 135 was Caitlin Embry of WPI in fifth. Santos from Wentworth, and finally Conway from WPI. They jumped 132 and 126 respectively.
Solid performances, and remember, this is just 1/5 of the puzzle here, so it's not necessarily calling the event.
And now the bar is lifted to 159 on
Wow.
flight 2 of the women's pentathlon high jump. Nia Thomas to take her first attempt for Amherst. No luck. Attempting to get it out of the way early and clear on. Livy Meserole for Williams. And she can't quite do that. Just catches the bar on her first attempt.
This is Murphy of Hartford clears.
And Jordan Murphy has yet to have a failed attempt on the day in the women's high jump. Flying by with ease at 159.
Here's Thomas for Amherst, attempting 159. She clears.
And Thomas making good on her second attempt, so she'll be with Jordan Murphy when this bar gets up to 162. Will Livy Meserole for Williams. And she will.
Wow.
Meserole for Williams clearing at 159. So we'll have 3 competitors at that 162 mark, which, as we mentioned, is Livy Meserole's season best.
For reference, that is very tall.
Thomas's season best is 162.
Yeah. 162 is quite high.
Yep, it's a big number.
Probably taller than me, honestly, but that's okay.
How tall are you, Goldie?
I don't want to talk about it. Oh, wait.
For those doing the math at home, it is 5 feet 3.7 inches.
I am taller than that. Confirmed.
So, Mazzarol, Murphy, and Thomas will now attempt to jump almost a Sam Goldie.
Yes. Very tall. My license says I'm 5'9".
That's my new unit of measurement. How many Goldies?
There's too many.
Around 0.93 Goldies. Anaya Thomas at 162. And Thomas can't match her season best at 162 with the first attempt.
Still got 2 more, so. We have Mazzarol from Williams. Her first attempt. Also does not quite clear it.
And now Jordan Murphy, a favorite coming into this event, to take her first attempt at 162.
Wow.
With success.
With ease, honestly.
2 centimeters. Here's Anaya Thomas at 162 for Amherst. Attempt number 2.
Ah, catches the bar again.
No luck.
This is Livy Mazzarol from Williams, and this is also her second attempt. No
And
luck.
also close, but not quite. So they'll both move on to a third attempt at 162. Thomas and Mazzarol.
I know where our help is at. And in the long jump, we need him in the full football thing. Sorry?
Here's Anaya Thomas' final attempt at 162.
Ah,
No luck. So Anaya Thomas will be 162 as her mark for the day. Once again, that is a tie of her season best.
well, it's not going to be 162.
No, 159. 162 is the one that will knock her. Maybe Mazzarol. Final attempt.
Wow, she makes it.
So Mazzarol, 164 season best. So now we'll have an opportunity to set a new record of this campaign.
Yes, and that puts Anaya Thomas in 3rd place. Still waiting for those long jump results. I don't. They might just not be coming. I don't know.
As a reminder of what events are left in store as they move this bar, soon we'll be passing it off to a new team for you. They'll be bringing you through the rest of the day, which includes the pentathlon, shot put, long jump, and 800 meters. So all 3 remaining events in the women's pentathlon, and 3 more events of the men's heptathlon, the long jump, shot put, and high jump, leaving 3 more heptathlon events for tomorrow. The 60-meter hurdles, pole vault, and 1,000 meters, along with all of our coverage of the track and field events. So be back on the broadcast tomorrow for all of the remaining Cupid Challenge action.
Yes, and also on JumboCast tonight, we do have a men's basketball game.
Tonight and tomorrow.
Yes. Busy weekend.
That's just too much fun. That's Amherst tonight for men's basketball at 7 o'clock, and tomorrow at 3 p.m. Hamilton. If you were worried you might have to go a little time over the next few days not watching JumboCast, have no fear.
We are here.
Keep you plugged in around the clock.
Oh,
Lady Mazarol, 165.
no.
So close. That would have been her season's best. 2 more attempts at it.
Really, if Jordan Murphy's able to get over this in 1 attempt, I don't know, she could just keep going.
Still wouldn't be her season best, but yeah, she is definitely top of the field, top class in the high jump. This is where she gets her points in that pentathlon.
Oh,
Just short.
wow. I think that was her calves again. Just almost cleared it.
Murphy, a decent competitor in the shot put, 9.95 meters her season PR. The long jump, her 4.83 puts her around middle of the field, and in the hurdles, her season best coming today was a 10:14. Final result we saw for her was a 10:16 on the day, putting her at 7th in that event. And Mazarol just short at 165.
Wow. There she goes. Jordan Murphy clears on her 2nd attempt. 165.
So the next bar for her 168 will be the first time she's attempting a season best today. Here's Mazarol. 3rd and final attempt at 165. This would be a season best.
Video setup right there. Desktop video setup. Thing right there. Okay. Just focus up there on. Yeah, SDI. Good. Split that one back and forth for me. SDI.
Mazarol's run. And cannot clear at 165. So Jordan Murphy of Hartford will get the top mark in the women's high jump, and she's not done yet.
The transmitter team right here for each other. So the transmitters all make a video. So the transmitters got that whole on the one. So there. Try to get so I personally I think we all So is that the problem with the one with the jumps? Try the jump. I can take over for John. I can go up there. What is the? Do we have a schedule?
Now the bar fight 2 is at 168, and the alone competitor
He got on
in the arena is Hartford's Jordan Murphy.
So looking at the
Once again, this is an attempt at a season best. She comes in today at 1 meter 67 centimeters.
So
Oh, and just short.
Yeah. So yeah, there. If you have to go, I can probably.
Murphy, the sophomore out of East Hampton, also plays volleyball for Hartford, a two-sport athlete.
So, wise, if we start running at like
Looks like the men's shot put is warming up too, so that'll get going in just a few minutes here. But
Jordan Murphy, take two.
yeah, back to 25.
wow,
Success at 168
it.
and a new season best for Hartford's Jordan Murphy.
PR too, I believe. So very impressive. She's very excited, understandably.
And so they'll move that bar up. 171.
Does she have 3 more centimeters left?
That 167 was her college best, yes, Goldie. And now she's almost at 1 Sam Goldie.
That's scary. That is
believe
scary
it's
to
with-
think about.
We were talking about 0.93 Goldies at that last mark. I believe now we're at 0.97 Goldies.
That's
Or in, for those who use the imperial, the metric system, 171.
John.
All right, Jordan Murphy getting ready for her run up. 171 centimeters. Wait, no, that's wrong. 1 meter 71 centimeters. That is the same thing. I'm being told. She does not quite make it. However, 2 more attempts. Did not realize there were 100 centimeters in a meter until now. That's how I've gotten through college chemistry. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what centi means. Use your roots there. In units of measurement, 100th. The meaning of that Latin prefix.
I never took Latin. More of a
Once
Spanish
again,
guy.
here is the sophomore Jordan Murphy. Another attempt at 171. She's already set a season best, but looking to climb higher and higher.
That's crazy too as a sophomore. I mean, really, she's just getting started. Oh,
And
ooh. That was just.
yeah, I mean,
my
4
fault.
centimeters above was already season best. Obviously, a very ambitious mark to attempt for Jordan Murphy, but a good chance to get some real in-meet experience at such a high mark.
Right, like leave it right here on the table. Yeah.
And the final attempt for Hartford's Jordan Murphy at 171, take 3.
Oh,
And
not quite.
once again, not there at 171. So Jordan Murphy will enter day with a PR at 168 and on top of the women's pentathlon high jump field. We're going to pass it off to a new commentary team in just a few moments, but as we mentioned, there are two men's heptathlon events and 3 women's pentathlon events remaining. Plenty of throwing, jumping, and running in store for you, so don't go anywhere. Stick around for that action.
Where did the other transmitter box segment go? How's that look?
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for tuning in to JumboCast coverage of the Tufts Cupid Challenge. We're here day one of the meet, specifically the multi-events, hence why you see shot put on the screen right now. Just wanted to welcome everybody. We've had a little change in the commentary booth. My name is Max Antonini, and I'm joined here by Jacob Cece for his first time on the mic. Tell us a bit about yourself, what got you into track, and why you're here today.
Well, thank you, Max. I started doing track my freshman year of high school, and I'm someone who has done a lot of sports in my career, and this track was just the one that stuck with me the most. Track's a sport where there's so much freedom in what you want to do. You can try so many different events, do so many different things, and it's just an amazing sport. And that's what's led me here today to commentating my first track meet. So I'm excited for the events today. We got some pentathlon later tonight, and tomorrow it will be more of the running events. But it should be a fun evening here at the Gancher Center for some track and field.
Yeah, we're very delighted to have you with us. What kind of events are your specialty? What can we expect to hear from you? What are you going to get excited for?
I'm a distance runner, so I'm excited to watch this women's pentathlon 800 and men's pentathlon 1000. Unfortunately, I'll be missing out on a couple of the more long distance events tomorrow, like the 3K, the 5K, the mile. But I'm definitely more of a distance guy, more of a runner, but still love watching the field events, the shot put, high jump, long jump. You name it. I love watching any track meet, so I'm excited to watch all of these, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm excited, equally as excited too. It's exciting for us as well. Our first time covering track in about 4 years, so we're happy to bring this to you. You mentioned field. I'm a big field event guy myself, having done triple jump and long jump for the past few years. So we will normally have a jumps camera set up. Those events have concluded for today, but as you can see, yeah, right now, men's shot put up on the screen. We will have hopefully the women's 800 and the men's 1000 coming up soon. If we take a look at the live standings for the multi events, you can see on the men's side, you have Williams up in front, Brady Stahelski with a very impressive 7.11 on the 60 meters and then a 6.17 meters on the long jump. So Williams in first, WPI in second, Wentworth in third. Obviously, a lot more events to come, but the other teams, the other names featured at this meet will be UMass Dartmouth, Wellesley, Amherst, Trinity, Brandeis, MIT, WPI, Wesleyan, and Conn College. So lots of NESCAC talent out there. Obviously, Tufts are the reigning outdoor NESCAC champions, having hosted their own championship meet last year. So very successful side here. And as you mentioned, tomorrow will be a lot more of those events, a lot more of the big name events. And so a bit quiet around this meet. We actually have a meet of our own tomorrow.
Yes.
Tell the viewers a bit about that and what you're hoping to get out of that.
Well, me and Max both run for the Tufts Running Club here, and we have our first indoor meet tomorrow over at Harvard. So me and Max will both be competing. I'm gonna be competing in the mile, so that should be really exciting. Haven't raced in a very long time since spring track of my senior year, so should be exciting to see what kind of shape I'm in to get back racing. It's a really fun environment when you're out there racing, so it should be a lot of fun to get back on the track.
Yeah, fully agreed. This will be my second year with the Tufts Running Club. I will be in the triple jump. Unfortunately, no JumboCast coverage for us tomorrow, but we're hoping to perhaps get back in time for the second half of the meet, as we will be out there in Harvard. But planet coverage will be scheduled. I think the first event will kick off at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and we'll be in the same place here on at Gancher, as well as next week for the Tufts University Invitational on Saturday. So make sure to keep your calendars marked for that. And this is a new process for us. As I mentioned, JumboCast haven't covered track in quite a few years, and on the indoor scene especially. So typically we will have the track cam just around by the finish line and then jumps and throws at the moment. So Thank you again for sticking with us. Um, yeah, is there any expectations when you're at a meet, whenever you're competing or watching, what what is the most exciting part for you? What do you look out for?
Um, I'd say I look out most for um I look for the people going for PRs. You know,
Mm.
you gotta in track. It's one of those sports where you gotta leave it all out there. What you put in track is what you get out. So it should be exciting to see as we head more closer to the championship season for Tufts. A lot of athletes will probably be setting PRs in this meet as they start to sort of peak as we get closer to like regionals, and some Tufts athletes will be competing at NCAAs. So this should be a meet where a lot of people at Tufts and the other schools that you mentioned, it's really a benchmark to see where they're at before all these big championship meets. So it should be exciting to see some athletes drop some big PRs today and tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Obviously, we're still very early on into the season, only a handful of meets preceding this one. We had the Tufts Brandwin Smith King Invitational about 2 weeks ago, and some PR set there. Some highlights from that meet. We had Charlie Fitzpatrick of the sprints team, 7.34 at the 60 meters. I see a 2 minutes 32 on the 1K. I feel like you have a better sense of.
Yeah, that's very fast. For reference, that's basically 4 minute mile pace for 5 laps of the indoor track. So it's, you know, running 60-second 400s plus an extra 200 at 32 seconds. So that's pretty quick for a 1,000-meter race.
Yeah, and this indoor track, only 200 meters. It's a sharp
Yeah,
curve
it
as
is.
well. I don't know
It
if you've
is.
noticed that.
Yeah, I've ran on it a lot of times, and you really don't notice it at first when you're used to running outside on a 400-meter track, which is double the size. Going around these turns it can get very tight, especially when you're in a really fast race like a 800 or even a mile, or especially a 400. It can get really tight on those turns when there's a lot of competitors in the meet. So you definitely have to watch your footing on this type of track. And yeah, 200 meters, it feels a lot different definitely than racing on the outdoor track.
Yeah, and fortunately for Tufts, I guess they don't always have to compete here. I think Gancher isn't quite the upper echelon of tracks. They've had some meets at the New Balance track. Speaking
Yeah.
of, fortunate enough to see it yourself just last week.
Well, yeah, me and Max both had the pleasure of going to the New Balance Indoor Grand Prix last Sunday, where we saw some of the world's best athletes compete in a World Athletics Gold meet, which means that it's a lot of the best competitors in the world. For instance, we saw Noah Lyles compete in the 60 meters, the 100-meter gold medalist in Paris this past Olympic cycle. We saw him win the 60 meters and call out Tyreek Hill at the end,
Mm,
which was very interesting.
that was a statement.
Yeah, definitely. I guess we'll see what happens with that. And then we also saw some other Paris Olympians. Rai Benjamin was there running the 300 meters. He won that in 32 seconds, I believe. He won the 400-meter hurdles in Paris. Um, we saw we saw the 17-year-old Quincy Wilson,
Quincy Wilson.
the junior from Bola School, competing in a professional field, and he won that race in a new U20 world record, I believe, and a national
PB?
U.S. high school record
Incredible.
in 45.6, I believe. And yeah, that was just incredible to see him. He was also there in Paris in the 4x4 pool, and he was part of that team that won gold. So yeah, it definitely will be exciting to see his come up for the next couple years. You know, only a junior, only 17 years old, so should be really exciting to see what he does.
Yeah, obviously that was quite the event. Just to goes to show, we spend a lot of time, a lot of investment into the pro scene, and we're kind of bringing that knowledge into the college scene.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of names to cover here today, but little transition into the women's shot put. You can see some of the athletes with their throws. Tufts there with an attempt. And so, yeah, I think the pro scene gives you a good glimpse into what the norms are. And I think it's one of the most entertaining sports to watch on a regular basis. And I think that's why the Olympics draws so much attention. And fortunately for me, I got to get a little picture with Quincy Wilson.
Yes.
Had my hat signed by Marcel Jacobs.
The Tokyo 100-meter gold medal.
There you go. I try bringing that up to other people, flies right over their heads. But glad you can appreciate it. But yeah, it goes to show we are pretty fortunate in the Boston area to have tracks, to have
Yes.
meets, to have events such as that. And while, yeah, we are within Gantry right now in the outdoor season around the Ellis Oval. Quite the nice venue as well. As I mentioned earlier, hosted the 2024 NESCAC Championships. So quite the expansive track there, also 400 meters, thankfully. But something that's also unique about the New Balance track is those kind of banked curves.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy running on those? What does that feel like?
Yeah, I actually in high school I raced a lot at the Armory in New York City, which also has a banked curve, and let me say it is a very different feeling when you're racing. And basically, the outer lanes are higher up on the track, which gives it more of a banked feel, which can help with running faster times. And you're definitely not used to that when you're running on it for the first time as compared to a 400-meter outdoor track. When you have to pass on the outside, it sort of feels like you're kind of running up a hill, which is definitely something you have to get used to. But it does help you a lot with it helps with getting faster times and navigating around that shorter 200-meter track. Gantry is a flat track, so it doesn't have those bank curves. But as you mentioned, the New Balance, that really nice facility over in Boston, that's where they hold a lot of the pro meets. They hold New Balance Nationals there every year, the big high school meet. And yeah, I haven't gotten the chance to race there yet, but it's definitely one of the nicest indoor tracks in the country.
Yeah, brand new, only within the past 5 years or so. I was fortunate enough to compete there in December of 2 years ago, I guess now, and that was a great meet. And so, yeah, well, yeah, just to bring that up as well, Tufts had some participants in the track at New Balance Early Bird Invite 2025, and you had some names: Jonah Reisner with a 14:51 in the 5K, Calvin Cummings coming in at 14:57. So goes to show during some weekends you have athletes that are pretty spread out. We'll look into the women's standings as well for the pentathlon. You can see here for the 60-meter hurdles, kind of the first and only event so far with the official results. And we have Wentworth there taking it in 9:54. Lacey Santos, followed by Anaya Thomas, who my director has informed me plays for Amherst Volleyball. So multi-sport athletes are not at all a very rare sighting. You have Maddie Silvera, the grad student as well, who took her 5th year to compete on this track team, but also formerly on the women's soccer side. So track and a lot of other sports kind of have things in common.
Yeah, Max, track is one of those sports where you need to be super athletic no matter what event you're in. And so a lot of times we see that translate where athletes will do multiple events. So a lot of times other sports like soccer, a lot of the time, yeah, other sports like that where it's a lot of running, they translate a lot to track. And yeah, that's a lot why we hear in the Olympics the winner of the decathlon is often considered the best athlete in the world. And yeah, track's just one of those sports where it requires just a different level of athleticism when you're running or jumping or throwing as far as you can and putting 100% of your effort into every time that you're running on the track.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point as well. I feel like even though, as you mentioned, these kind of multi-event athletes, the pentathletes, decathletes, they would be considered kind of the most athletic individuals, but kind of
definitely.
get the less attention for
Yeah.
what it is. I feel like you couldn't. I can't name off the top of my head the decathlon winner. I know he's from
Yeah,
Norway. Yeah,
I
he had
know
a.
who got second. The one who got second was in the NCAA. I just know
Oh,
it wasn't
okay.
wet. He's from Germany, but yeah, I can't remember the top of my head.
Oh,
the winner.
Felix or no,
Is it
King
Cleo?
Leo. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
He was from Texas. He competed for Germany, but yeah,
yeah, yeah.
decathlon doesn't get as much attention in the professional scene. Yeah, it's kind of interesting when it's 10 events. It takes a long time. But yeah, I'd love watching the decathlon in the Olympics. I think it's like really interesting to see how athletes are able to, recover between the events. You're basically doing some form of every event in track. So yeah, it takes a different level of fitness and athleticism to be able to compete in that.
Yeah, pretty grueling stuff. And for these collegiate athletes here today, we'll try to highlight their abilities as well. You mentioned, yeah, you have to have the flexibility to go from throws to jumps
Yeah.
to sometimes long distance, and there's some athletes who will have their stronger events but have to be able to still compete in their quote unquote weaker events. So definitely a difficult standard to match, and obviously a lot of respect for those athletes out there. And it's also a different scoring system
Yeah.
there. Do you want to go into that a little bit?
I don't know like the exact,
No, me
but
neither.
I know it's some sort of equation where they have standards that are set by World Athletics, and based on like your time or how far you throw, or how high you jump, that gets put into that equation, and you get a certain amount of points for each event that you compete in, and then they're added up throughout the 5 events for the pentathlon, and whoever has the highest total score at the end is considered the winner. So you have to be consistent in all 5 of those events if you want to win. Athletes, as you mentioned, have their strengths in different events, but yeah, you have to basically be good at every event in track if you want to be good in the pentathlon or decathlon.
Yeah, so obviously a lot to balance there. Just looking back at the Olympics from this past summer, Marcus Ruth of Norway, Leon Neubauer of Germany, and Lyndon Victor of Grenada. Marcus Ruth came in there on top with 8,796 points, which obviously they're reaching the kind of peak metrics. You kind of see the points distributions here in over this weekend, kind of around the 600 to 800 range, but you had a long jump mark 7.8 from Marcus Ruth, which earned him 1,010 points. So may feel a bit arbitrary, but all you need to know really is the higher the number, the better the performance. So obviously we'll see those scores tallies accumulate over today and into tomorrow. As we had, as we mentioned, the women's 600-meter, 60-meter hurdles finish up earlier, and the men's 60 meters. Another individual on the tough side, Josh Wilkie. Talked to him a bit myself, and he's primarily a hurdler, and so obviously very skilled overcoming those obstacles and as well as the shorter distance. But he's dived into the multi-event side of things. You think that's obviously a difficult challenge, but what do you think he can do to almost guarantee a spot in the top 5, top 3?
No, it's definitely a difficult challenge. You have to, in your training, you have to basically balance all these different events. You mentioned the Olympics. They have to run the 1,500 meters and throw the shot put, 2 vastly different events in track. So I think that if he's been consistent with his training and training the different events, and he's able to be able to recover well between the events, then I think he can definitely put up a strong performance for Tufts, earn them some points, and be at the top of that board for men. It's the heptathlon.
Yeah, so we'll obviously keep you informed as the day goes on. Do stick around for our coverage into tomorrow, but for now, we'll keep you entertained with the woman's shot. That was Lacey Santos of Wentworth, who just went and topped the 60-meter hurdle. So she currently on top of the leaderboard. Obviously, we won't get those results live. We'll kind of just get them through the grapevine and on athletic.live, which you can also keep up with yourself. But yeah, we have the women's shot put side of things over by the high jump area, and the men's shot put seems to have concluded. So perhaps we can give you a bit of a summary on that. We kind of have the leaderboard behind us as well. So Josephson of Conn College took that one with 11.38 meters. That was the only name I saw. It will come back around.
I see Marino of Tufts up there who got 5th in the shot put. I think it's worth mentioning he's only a freshman, so it's probably like a lot of the times they don't have the heptathlon or pentathlon in high school, so this may be his first time competing in that event. So definitely like a lot of room to grow for him, and he's definitely a name to look out for in this event and definitely in the future as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's kind of some people starting off with the multi events for the first time, so definitely getting used to the field and I guess the norms of the event. Yeah, Wilkie there, 9.42. That's a pretty solid mark there for primarily a hurdler. Chapanel of Trinity College also eclipsing that 11-meter mark, which for you at home, I will need to look up what that is in feet, as everything that goes on here is in meters. So 36.2 feet. So yeah, that is we have the PA announcing kind of the results of the men's shot, and
Where are we moving?
women's shot. Women's shot seems to have concluded as well as people file out. We'll get those results to you very soon, but seems we also have basketball later on today in Cousin Gymnasium. Jared Cohen will be on that game. He will be on camera for that game, but equally as important, you could say. And that is against Amherst, so tune in for that. That's men's basketball at 7 p.m. So we'll be headed to a little break, but stick with us. More events to come. back covering. Oh, thank you. We're back covering the Tufts Cupid Challenge Day 1 to give you a bit of the pentathlon results. As you can see, the live scoreboard going across Gancher. It will be Anaya Thomas taking top spot just by 2 points, though, ahead of Livy Mazarel at 26.67. And so, yeah, 2 NESCAC schools on top. Not a huge surprise there, as they're pretty well known to dominate at least part of the D3 track scene. And you can see the rest of the names ring out there. Oh, 2069, apologies. So Thomas, Mazarel, Murphy of Hartford, Player of Tufts? I don't think that's the right name. Chachil, Tufts, Santos, Wentworth, Silvera, Tufts, Vant, Amherst, Kotu, WPI, Rome, Amherst, Coles, I do not know that school. Conway WPI, McCarthy, also do not know that school. Embry WPI. Is that listed? Well, first off, I don't think Player is a real name. But what do you think by these results? Obviously, not a whole lot you can interpret, but pretty close at the top there.
Yeah, definitely gonna be a tight finish. There's still a lot to go in this pentathlon, so the scores can definitely shift around as you don't know what events certain people are stronger in. So there's definitely a lot of room. Only 2 points separate the top two, and then 7 points to the next athlete. So definitely a really close. No one's running away with it at all by any means. So it should be really interesting as we go into these later events of the pentathlon to see how the results shake up.
Yeah, so that 60-meter hurdles concluded with Santos on top, Thomas in second, Mazarel in third, and kind of goes to show that if you keep up, at least in the top 3, top 5, you'll be in a very good position, as the shot put has concluded as well. So can only assume that Thomas and Mazarel were within the top 5. Santos seems to have fallen off just a little bit, but not by any means out of it. So high jump, long jump, and 800 meters to follow. You think the 800 is a good way to kind of claw your way back into the top of the leaderboard?
Yeah, by that point in the 800, a lot of the athletes are probably very tired from competing in the other events. So if you still have anything left by the time that 800, it's definitely a great opportunity for you to earn some points and make your way up the rankings in the pentathlon. Yeah, by that point, a lot of the athletes will probably be pretty exhausted. So it's definitely a great opportunity for some athletes to climb up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and we'll also be having the jumps with you very soon. We kind of have some run-throughs, and we have that going on the far side there. You can see some athletes warming up, going forward, landing in the pit. So that will kind of be our primary coverage, at least for now. Tomorrow will definitely be a much more busy day with throws, jumps, and track events all happening at the same time. But as you can see, plenty happening in the pit right now. And I think the long jump I guess if I can talk a little bit about it, practiced a bit this morning as well. That pit is a solid pit. There's obviously it's very obvious, a lot of sand, but it's one of those where the technique can really carry you a long way. Something that I think people getting into long jump may kind of misconstrue is that all you have to do is just run and get into the bit, but there's so much more that can take you beyond and get you those extra meters. Have you ever done long jump yourself?
I've not done any field event, so
Fair.
I definitely cannot speak as much as you. But yeah, all the field events take so much technique and practice to perfect. Long jump, you have to know exactly when to take off so that you don't foul. High jump takes so much technique and getting over the bar in the exact right way. There's millimeters between yourself and the bar when you're jumping over it a lot of the time. So yeah, I don't have as much experience with the field events, but just I know they take so much perfection and technique to be able to be a good performer in them.
And high jump, as well as pole vault, are one of the unique events where you kind of have to fail in order to complete your event. Not in any other event, you just have to either get to the finish line or get to the pit. But in the high jump and pole vault, failure is almost a guaranteed part of the competition, unless obviously you win out and don't have to compete anymore. So we have the high jump going for you right there. Just missed a very well timed jump there. Currently at 154 on the men's side. and you can kind of see here the approach and the takeoff. So the scissor kick, yeah, that's not something you always see, but it can be a good way to warm up. I've typically gone with the Fosbury flop, which is the technique you'll see the most, kind of that arched back over the bar, and it's looks incredible when it's done in with good technique. Oh, see another scissor, but yeah,
Yeah.
what do you think of the flop? Do you have a lot of respect for those field athletes?
Yeah, definitely. The scissor takes a lot of skill to be able to jump over that bar like that. But yeah, the field athletes are so dedicated. It takes so much time trying to perfect your skill to like even be able to jump an extra inch or centimeter. Yeah, and all those field events, it takes so much dedication to be able to improve even the smallest amount.
Yeah, and those smallest amounts, the smallest margins can really make
Yeah.
a difference. You've seen competitions decided just by centimeters, sometimes even tied. In the event of a tie on your best jump or highest jump, you kind of go to the second jump to see who will come out on top. In the high jump, things are kind of measured in terms of misses. So let's say you have two competitors made every height so far, but on the height they're tied on, one competitor misses on his first attempt, the other one clears on his first, and whoever cleared on that first attempt would be the champion. But yeah, as you mentioned, these field events obviously take a lot out of you. And I don't know if you've heard the news, some of the controversy in the long jump. They're looking to change the way the sport is played in terms of instead of having a board to take off of, you have a zone.
Oh, I did. I saw something about that, but like,
Yeah.
what are the specifics about that? It's just like,
It's strange. In my
Yeah.
opinion, I think it takes away a lot of what makes the sport so special in the fact that you have to time your run. You can see the athletes kind of take their starting mark, time where they're going to plant, and take off immediately from there. Obviously frustrating if you are a toe over and you do
Yeah.
end up fouling, but that is part of the sport. While for this new proposal is kind of to have a general zone where athletes are supposed to take off, and if you do plant anywhere within that range and make it to the pit, your whole jump will be measured rather than the edge of the board. So this proposal is being thought of being implemented in the pro scene. Some to some people obviously resistant to it. I would be one of them, but this is obviously not something you'd see here, but definitely something to keep an eye out on in future years as this distance, this change in measuring the distance, I think could cause a bit of trouble.
Yeah, we definitely are seeing a lot of changes within World Athletics. I don't know if you saw like the Grand Slam track league that's starting up next year.
So true.
Yes, they got a lot of some of the best competitors in the world competing for them, and like they want to bring more attention to the sport, and rightfully so. So they're gonna have it more like I guess sort of just more entertaining events. They got a lot of the best people in the world signing contracts for it. I know they got like Sydney McLaughlin, Cole Hawker, a lot of the best athletes in the world. Yeah, Michael Johnson was the one who started that up. So that's definitely something I'm gonna be watching, next outdoor season.
Yeah, so plenty of developments in the track scene. Some people obviously resistant to that, kind of seeing it as, ooh, nice jump there from Wilkie. He's got the height for it. But yeah, as you mentioned, the kind of Grand Slam track almost privatizes a lot of the events, trying to have a different kind of pro circuit. And something that I think he mentioned was he was kind of focused on the sprinting side of things, didn't give a lot of credit or a lot of thought to the field side of things. So kind of another controversy brought up by Grand Slam track. But yeah, as you mentioned, Michael Johnson, the one to lead that charge. I don't know if you've seen the sprint documentary as well on
Oh,
Netflix.
yes, with Noah Lyle.
Yeah, that's also a great way to keep up with the track news.
Yeah, it's track. I mean, whatever's good for the sport, I think, should definitely, be done. Track's one of those sports where it doesn't get as much attention as the main sports, but from my personal experience, I love watching track. I watched every event of the Olympics. We went and watched that pro meet. And I think, yeah, track should definitely the higher ups in track should definitely do whatever they can to, try to popularize the sport as much as they can and get more people watching, such an amazing sport.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why we want to bring track coverage to you today. And hopefully for the rest of the season, we're expanding our domains, you could say, as our winter sports coverage primarily consists of basketball with the occasional swim meet. And so, track, you'll have to bear with us as we navigate through the new challenges that it brings. But we're very happy to have some men's high jump. You can see the warm ups going on now, and the women's long jump will be underway shortly as well. We can kind of take you through the athletes. Obviously, it's the same ones who have been competing in prior events, but the player is a last name. I do apologize, Miss Player, the player family. I was genuinely confused. That's unique to me. That is my bad. I think because they had some of the schools wrong. That's my bad. I really didn't know. I swear I've seen player up there before. But so we have the men's high jump, as we mentioned before, going. Seemed like a kind of lazy jump there, but we have some warm ups going on. Yeah, you could see there that what he was going for. The Fosbury flop, kind of take off 1 foot, arch the back over the bar, and we'll take you through some of the starting heights as well. It's currently listed 154 for the starting. Oh, it's 154 up there right now. It might not be the actual starting height, but we have 130 would be the starting height, increasing by increments of 3 centimeters all the way to 190, which would be quite the feat. To give you a sense of where Tufts stands in terms of those heights, we've had some over 190 jumpers on the men's side. Edward Kiboma at 197 at the Harvard Invitational just last week. Sammy Witta on at 195. And so, yeah, these athletes very capable of it, but we'll let you know what those starting heights end up being as soon as we get underway. But you can see the warm-ups, the athletes getting a sense of their footing, getting a sense of their timing. I think also a huge part of the jump scene. And for the women's long jump as well, some athletes, yeah, starting to bunch up by the runway there on the far side. So 2 field events to come, and there is the 800 and 1,000 also scheduled for today, but we have yet to see anything happen with that. But once it does, we'll be sure to let you know. So again, I guess we'll run through the entire roster. I'll go through the men's. Perhaps you can go through the women's. And so for men's high, in flight 1, Brady Stahelski of Williams, TJ Showstead of Brandeis, Nico Carrillo, Suffolk, Ryder Kropwinschis. That's a tough one. Kropwinchiski, maybe. We'll try that later on. Tufts, Santiago Benbao, Amherst, Dylan Moreno, Tufts. Emanuele Chapinelli of Trinity, Kason Kai, Amherst, Davis Wheat of Trinity, Joseph Kwame Waldman of Williams, Cole Anderson of Tufts. Flight 2 will consist of Drew Alves, Bridgewater State, Ethan Ramirez, WPI, Riker King, Bridgewater State, Graham Josephson, Connecticut College, Josh Wilkie of Tufts, famously the hurdler, one of the best hurdlers out there, in my opinion. Alex Robin, also my friend, I should say. Alex Robin of Amherst, Olivier Bishop, Wentworth, Zach Villegas, Amherst, Oak Sullivan, Williams, and Eli Wawersick of Brandeis. And so those are the 2 flights that we'll expect to see, hopefully in a little bit. Take us through the women's side.
Yeah, over on the women's side, also have 2 flights for the high jump. In flight 1, we have Emma Conway of WPI, Lauren Kautu of WPI, Caitlin Embry, also of WPI, Morgan Rome from Amherst, Lacey Santos, who she was in the lead before, I believe,
Yep.
right? Out of Wentworth, and Tessa Player out of Tufts.
Famously, player family. Shout out to them.
Yes. And over in flight 2, we have Elaine McCarty of Smith, Anaya Thomas of Amherst, Ariel Chashil of Tufts, Livy Mazarol of Williams, Vivian Coles of Williams, Madeline Silvera of Tufts, Jordan Murphy of Hartford, and rounding it out, Madison Vant of Amherst. So we have 16 competitors in the high jump. Should be really interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and for the long jump, which will get underway soon, we have a separate stream for that. It will be Madeline Silvera, I believe, lining up. So keep an eye on that. As we mentioned, Maddie Silvera, formerly of the women's soccer team, and the jumps are underway. Is that 4.91? Did you hear that?
Wow.
I think, yeah, the scores announcing that. Maddie getting some advice as well from her coach. And you can kind of see the different colored jerseys. I believe that would be Murphy in the red of Hartford. Yeah, you kind of have some common themes. Amherst in the purple. You'll have Williams in purple most of the time as well. But Tufts in that very famous brown and blue, but with the blue tops on for today. Also, we'll have two men's flights going on opposite ends, it seems. We have one warming up closer to the exit, or closer to the bend, and another one by the pole vaults. So stick with us. We'll go back to a quick break, but again, long jump featured also on JumboCast on a different stream, and we'll also have high jump for you here. Thank you very much, and stick around. And welcome back yet again. The high jump looks to be getting underway as the long jump continues on the far side. Jacob, we've had the women's shot put results officially announced. So take us through what stands out to you.
Yeah, so we see in the women's shot put Anaya Thomas of Amherst with the longest throw of 10.55 meters, which is 34 and 7.5 feet. And then Tessa Player of Tufts coming in second with a throw of 10.46 meters. We saw a player towards the top of that leaderboard in the pentathlon, so these results should definitely help her. Also from Tufts, we had Ariel Shashil with a throw of 7.78 meters, and Madeline Silvera with a throw of 7.48 meters. So a solid showing from Tufts in the shot put, but it looks like Amherst kind of dominated that event with a 1.35 result in the throw. Anaya Thomas, Morgan Rome, and Madison Vant. So we have the shot put results in now, and Anaya Thomas in the lead with 2069 points through 3 of the 5 events, followed by Livy Mazarol of Williams, Jordan Murphy of Hartford, and then leading the way for Tufts is Tessa Player with the score of 1841 after 3 events.
Yeah, and you can kind of see on those standings there that also the high jump came through, and Jordan Murphy stood out with a jump of 1.68. And speaking of the high jump, we are underway on the men's side. That was Graham Josephson with a nice clear. And so we'll continue to give you coverage of that. Currently, height is listed at 1.54, although I'm concerned that was just there before, but seems as though this would be flight 2, as we mentioned, Wilkie also present on this side. But yeah, to take you back through the high jump. Oh, a new 2025 D3 number 8 mark for Jordan Murphy. That's impressive. 1.68. Livy Mazarel, number 34. Oh, it's just gone down just as I read that. Number 10 now for Jordan Murphy. But obviously, these heights are something it's very common to see ties and draws. So on that leaderboard, you'll see a lot of people at equal heights. But very impressive there, the athlete from Hartford, and Mazarel with 1.62 and Anaya Thomas with 1.59. So impressive clears there. Oh, we have a load of results coming in now. We can give you a bit more of a glimpse into where the men's side stand. In the men's shot put, it was Graham Josephson who took that one at 11.38, followed by Cole Anderson of Tufts at 11.19, and Emmanuel Chiapinelli at 11.05 of Trinity. So Nescac all around in the top 3. Also had Moreno of Tufts at 10.26, Kropinczynski, need to work on that, 9.59, and Wilkie at 9.42. So shot put concluded, and who took the long? It was Kropinczynski.
6.36. That's a great jump for Kropa Nikki.
Yeah, we're both working on it.
And then we saw Marino of Tufts, the freshman, in 5th, 6.08 meters. Josh Wilkie of Tufts in 5.98 meters. And Cole Anderson with a jump of 5.42 meters. So now we have 3 of the 7 events scored for men. And we see Oak Sullivan of Williams in the lead by about 64 points at 2045 over Brady Stahelski, also Williams, and the top performer from Tufts, 1929, rider Krupa Nikki.
Yeah, so Williams, a perennial powerhouse in the track scene. Williams, 26-time champions of the NESCAC on the women's side, 23 times champions on the men's side, and Tufts follows them in second. So Williams, always a big name to look out for whenever competing. But as you mentioned, yeah, 2 Williams athletes in the top 2 there, and plenty more events to follow, as you mentioned. But with those 3 concluded, it gives you a better sense of where things will play out. So on the men's high jump, up to 1.57, soon to go up again, it seems, as they start making those adjustments. We'll try to give you that live coverage as it happens. But 1.57 seems to have been cleared. You see some athletes kind of waiting for their starting mark to be presented to them, and others kind of getting whatever marks they can. You can opt to select your starting height, and it seems that the bar has been set at 1.54 and will be increasing by 3 centimeters, as you mentioned a bit earlier. You kind of see there in the background where the bar stands. 1.60.
Yeah, now 1.6, and that is about 5 feet 3 inches. So we're working our way up, and we'll see how high these men can jump.
Yeah, my personal best 5'4", so go very, very almost, very nearly at that mark there. But you can see this is
I think it's Josephson.
Josephson of Conn College in the light blue. We'll see his approach. He did win the shot put. What can he do here in Gancher? Slow approach. And clears it. That seemed casual for him.
Yeah, great jump from Josephson, and we'll see how high he can go as he moves on towards as this bar gets higher.
You can see the official announcing the names as they are ready to go. Here is Wilkie of Tufts, one of the names on the heptathlon side. The approach, ooh, just about clipped it. Seemed to have plenty of height there, or plenty of speed coming into that jump, but not enough lift. Fortunate for him, but luckily enough, he has 2 more attempts at it, so not at all the end of it. Another jump here at 1.6 of Amherst. That
Still
was a
clear
clear.
that.
Well done there. Could have been one of the 2 Amherst names there. Probably Robin, if I had to guess, as he follows Wilkie in the order. And right after him, this is Williams. So likely Sullivan in flight 2.
Yeah, Sullivan's our leader right now, so we'll see what he can do here. Easily cleared that.
Very nice jump there from Sullivan. You can see the athletes starting to ease into it. Some athletes not yet ready to go, as they have opted for later heights. Here's Wilkie with his second. Amping himself up. New to the high jump scene, but can he deliver? And he does. Well done for him. Cleared on his second attempt.
Yeah, when you get 3 attempts to do the high jump, if you miss that first one, you have to be able to mentally not let it affect you, be able to reset and go right back at it. And you see he was able to clear that on his second attempt.
Yeah, definitely a good boost of confidence. That first one can knock you down a bit. I can speak as well. Whenever you miss that first one at a jump at a height you think you should be very well capable of clearing, it can knock you down a little bit, but Wilkie has no trouble with that, and we'll all move up to 1.63. The officials just making sure of that as well. So that conversion would be say 5.4, 5.4.5. Get a quick look up of that.
Yeah, we're at just over 5.4 right now.
Okay, so this would be at my PB, but obviously that's why I'm over here. And this will be Bridgewater, I believe. The red jersey, no good there on that jump attempt. Could be WPI Ramirez. Yeah, I believe that was Ethan Ramirez of WPI. Still has 2 more attempts. Now Bridgewater with the Bears emblazoned on the back of that singlet. Could be Alves or King, 2 Bridgewater State athletes in this flight. On the approach. Ooh, a bit of a shake there on the bar, but it stays up, and the flag goes white for a clearance. Actually, there's no flag here today, but you get the point.
Here we see Josephson. I think this is his 3rd attempt here for Connecticut College.
Yeah, we'll see Josephson. Definitely doesn't have... He already came away with a victory today, but just trying to get more points on the board. Does that gracefully there on his
last attempt there. So great news for Josephson as he will go on to the next height.
Yeah, I can see him as well going over the film with his teammate or coach. Can't really tell, but something that is very crucial with these field events is kind of the film, reviewing what you've done and seeing a way to improve. Wilkie, I'm sure, has had that discussion as well. And he'll go for his first attempt and does that easily. There you go.
Yeah, that looked great out of Wilkie. We'll see how high he can go.
Yeah, Wilkie, very much built for the high jump, stands at around 6'1", 6'2", maybe even 6'3". So it's very impressive, obviously, if you can clear your height, which I'm sure at a certain point some of these athletes will. There's another clearance there for Amherst. Women's long jump continues to run as well. Continues to run and jump. Have another athlete who just sent it. We'll have Ramirez here on the next approach at 1.63. Quick steps. Ooh, the legs just caught it. Did manage to get the body over, but sometimes those legs are the most difficult part to kick up. So he'll have one more go at it. Reviewing footage yet again. See that pretty often here. You have a lot of members of the coaching staff. You see Amherst, I see BSU, I see WPI, all with the phone or iPad to go over that film. I think we had some cheers there in the back. Tufts jumper. We'll hear the score. He really loves to announce it out, so 5.02.
It's a great jump out of there from Tufts. See their player Silvera or Shashil out of Tufts will get the results there soon. But yeah, great jump.
Looks to be Silvera from my understanding, but 5.02, quick conversion. Yeah. We have Ramirez with another attempt, and we'll try to get you some of that long jump action at another time. So Ramirez now, third and final attempt at 1.63. Ramirez amping himself up for the jump. He's sitting at third, so definitely wants to keep his spot up there. Still more athletes to come in this flight, so needs to get this to keep a fighting chance. Certainly not over. Here he comes. The approach.
Just clipped that bar there. That was the third attempt for Ramirez. So he will end at, was it 1.60?
Yeah, that will be his final mark. But still not a bad effort from him. You could tell he's a bit frustrated with that result. Think he wanted more out of it, but that's the good thing with these multi-events. Just because you don't do as well as you expected in one doesn't mean you can't do just as good or even better in the next. So more to come there. I believe might have one other event tonight, but more multi-event action tomorrow. As we kind of mentioned, it's kind of a slower, we were talking earlier, it's kind of a slower side of things. But the events tomorrow will kind of be all happening at once. So 2 is not all you'll see out of us. We also have flight 1 on the near side. That seems to be at lower heights. I see 1.42, I believe. Can you see that on the far side?
Yeah, it does look like 1.42, the height there.
So it seems we've kind of split the 2 flights in terms of what we feel, what the athletes feel comfortable with starting. This being the higher end.
We're up to 1.66 now for the high jump, and we saw, is that the Bridgewater
That's
State?
Bridgewater State, yeah.
yeah, cleared that. A little shake on the bar, but he got over it, and that's all that matters in the high jump.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much it shakes, how much it bounces up and down. As long as it stays up there, it is a valid jump. Another important thing to note, though, even though you can't really see it, you don't really see foul jumps besides the bar knocking off. If your foot crosses the plane of the bar, also considered a foul, so you need to make sure you take off before you cross the plane of the bar.
And Josephson out of Connecticut College, his attempt at 1.66, he just clipped it there. So we'll have 2 more attempts at that, and we'll see if he can bounce back on a second or possibly third attempt.
Yeah, you saw Josephson almost out there on the earlier heights, but he lives to fight another day as Amherst jumps straight back into it with a nice clear there. That's some very fine technique.
Yeah, the Amherst athlete has been on point this entire high jump, so should be exciting to see what he can do.
So nice clearance from him, getting those legs up in time. Will be Williams now. Oak Sullivan, our first place leader right now in the heptathlon.
Cleared that with ease.
And I think that goes to show why. He's number one.
That's why he's in first now.
Very nice clearance there from Sullivan at 166. Can hear some more jumps being rung out. 4.24, the latest one. We have a new jumper here. Haven't seen him before. Can't quite see what bib that is.
Might be Brandeis.
Could be Brandeis. Very good point.
Eli Walwersick, Brandeis.
So Walwersick of Brandeis with that first attempt. No good. So it will be Josephson to follow. Here is number 2. On the approach. Wide. Ooh, try to go for a scissor there. Try to switch things up. Don't know if that quite worked for him, though.
Yeah, it's a bold strategy there by Josephson. Now he's only got one more attempt to try to clear this 1.66 meters, so we'll see if he can bounce back and get this on his final attempt.
Yeah, that was a bold attempt, but not a bad one by any means. Just kind of timed it a bit off. So here Josephson will have one more attempt at it. And Walwersick as well of Brandeis will get another go. 1.66 now. Some high knees into the bar.
Ooh,
And
great
clears
clearance
it.
there by Brandeis. Eli Walwersick of Brandeis. So, yeah, he's currently sitting in 15th place with a score of 1690. So we'll see if he can jump up in the rankings on this high jump.
But as we mentioned, very close within the first few events. So even though 15th is the official score, doesn't mean you can't climb up the standings by any means. Some athletes only separated by a handful of points. Josephson, though, will look to keep his spot high on the leaderboard after his shot put win.
See what he can do here on his last attempt.
Otherwise, he will have to wait for his competitors to clear the remaining heights. Josephson, number 3.
Ooh, just missed it.
Almost had it. That looked like the best one yet. Tried to go back to the flop. The scissor was not working out.
Yeah, Josephson, he was still high up on our leaderboard, so we'll see. Even though he's out now of the high jump, we'll see if he can bounce back in the later events and still stay towards the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, so Josephson will bow out at 1.63 as we have Walwersick adjusting his tape as well, trying to switch things up. Oh, he will actually move up a height, it seems. His last attempt will not be at 1.66, but rather 1.69. That's something you sometimes see. Instead of being stuck at that lower height, try to opt to go for one more. But you are still only given 3 misses in a row. So just because he moves up a height doesn't mean he completely resets. So just to make that clear, but his last guaranteed go will be at 169, it seems. I think that's a good strategy. Perhaps 166 wasn't working out for you. Why not go up a bit?
Right? Oh, there we see it's that the Bridgewater State athlete cleared the 1.69. Looked like pretty easily. And that's just about 5, 6.5. So we're getting up to pretty high on this high jump here. So we'll see how high these athletes can go.
Yeah, we're getting over the height of the average individual now, so can almost clear people entirely. That's kind of goes to show the wild extent of these high jumpers. World record at 7'11", I believe, 7'11". So definitely human ability on display then and also here. I mean, first miss there from the Bridgewater State athlete, different than the one that cleared. And we will have Wilkie, who passed at 166, it seems, and he was comfortable enough to go with 169. Lining up now on the approach. Ooh, clipped it a bit there. What'd you see there?
He just clipped it there. It looked like maybe his back foot, but I think this is definitely something that he can correct with his coach when they look over the film, and hopefully he can bounce back and get over the 1.69 clearance on his next 2 attempts.
That was a clearance, though, for Wentworth. That was Oliver Bishop. Very nicely done by him. So his day will continue on. So as the high jump continues to move on, we have Walrusik now for Brandeis on his third and potentially final attempt. 169. Ooh, sides. The jump was just not happening today. Just rolls under there. His day is done. Sometimes, yeah, on the approach, you see athletes kind of circle back around. They know that their approach wasn't what they wanted, and fortunately for Walrusik, he was too far gone and had to settle rolling under the bar. Here's Bridgewater State there. Nice clearance.
A second attempt, so he's able to correct whatever went wrong on the first attempt, and he will be moving on.
Yeah, well done there. It seems like the bar, in literal sense and figurative sense, continuously gets pushed. Here's Wilkie now on his second.
Got it.
Clears it.
The bar shook a little bit there, but stayed up, and Wilkie will be moving on to the next height.
Yeah, Wilkie happy with that. You can kind of hear whenever Tufts does well on their jumps, a kind of cheer goes around the grounds, and that was the case. We have the women's long jump now concluded. I think I saw Tufts at the top there. Have a clearance from Amherst. Do you want to take us through those long jump standings as they come out on the big screen?
We see Tufts in first place, Shashil with a jump of 5.31 meters, followed by Amherst in second place. Didn't see exactly what athlete that was, but it'll pop up on the screen in a second.
Yeah, so we had
Thomas of Amherst.
Oh, now they've switched it back for the overall standings. Who do you see up top? It was Mazarel. Sorry. It was, believe Mazarel in first there. You can you have the standings live for you before they get out on athletic.net.
Max, we just saw the results be posted for the long jump.
Oh, here we go.
And we see Ariel Shashil with a 5.31 meter jump. And that is a new D3 number 73 mark. We saw Tufts go 1-2 in the long jump, actually, followed by Madeline Silvera, a jump of 5.02 meters. So a really strong showing from Tufts in the long jump. And we'll see how this affects the standings. We see Shashil jump up to fourth place, surpassing Tessa Player, now sitting at 2384 points. And Silvera moved up to sixth, now at 2232. So Tufts sitting in 4, 5, and 6 right now. So pretty strong after we're 4 of the 5 events through, and we just have that 800 meter left to go.
Yeah, so Tufts very much in the race. Mazarel eclipsing Thomas by only 3 points. They've been in quite the battle. And for Thomas, she's been in the top 5 of every event, having been in 5th in the long jump, 1st in the shot, 3rd in the high jump, and 2nd in the 60 hurdles. So quite the showing from her. And yeah, only one more event to go. That one should be an exciting conclusion, but for Tufts as well, good showing for them. 4.56, Shashil 23.84, Player 23.55, and Silvera 22.32. So it is still anyone's game, and this 800 could really shake things up.
Yeah, Mazarel only leads Anaya Thomas by 3 points, and we see Jordan Murphy in 3rd place from Hartford also within about 70 points. So this 800 meter will decide it all. It's really a lot of competitors are still in this, so by no means is this decided at all. We'll see how the Tufts athletes can do if they can make their way up. And yeah, we'll see how this unfolds in the last event, the 800 meters.
Yeah, and for the women's long jump, which concluded, you had 3 athletes over the 5-meter mark. So obviously a good place to be if you're from a jumping standpoint. And so with that 800 meters to go, we'll see if we're able to display that for you today. But the men's high jump will continue as we have Williams athlete there knocking the bar. We're at 172, and on this near side, 151. So 2 simultaneous high jumps ongoing now.
Brandeis athlete just cleared 1.72 there.
I
That
was
was,
just gonna say that Walrusik, I thought he was done for the day, having missed 3 in a row, but
yeah.
perhaps misread. Maybe you got a clearance somewhere in there. So Walrusik still alive. That is my apology. But as is Wilkie.
Yeah, we're nearing about almost 5'8" here, so definitely getting up there in height, and we'll see what the Tufts athlete can do here. And he clears it. That was Josh Wilkie of Tufts clearing 1.72.
Yeah, Wilkie's had a productive day. That goes to show, even though he missed that, I think it was at 160, you thought, oh, will he be a bit rattled from it? But doesn't seem to be the case at all, as that one was nice and easy, sailing over the bar at 5.8. Here is Amherst on the jump. No good there. So with every miss on the competitor's side, can kind of build a bit of confidence yourself. So, but still plenty of events left to go.
Yeah, Wilkie is sitting 5th right now in the standings. He finished 14th in the shot put, so a good showing in the high jump can definitely bump him back up, definitely into the top 3. So we'll see if he can, make up some of the places that he lost in the shot put here.
They had another jump there from Sullivan of Williams, our first place holder. So good clearance from him. The height continues to go up. We'll take a brief break, but stick around for the men's high jump and perhaps more track to follow. Hello and welcome back yet again. We just, with our continuing coverage of the men's high jump, we just saw Olivia Bishop clear there. As Wilkie glances our screen, will be Oak Sullivan on his attempt at 178. Oof, didn't arch on that approach there. Kind of just fell into the bar, but we're reaching the upper echelons of the high jump now.
Yeah, we're at about 5'10" now.
Five.
We're at taller than me.
Yeah, that is definitely kind of gives you a sense of what we're working with here. Brandeis now at 178 gets it to go. Wilkie's PB at 175. So this would be a new PB for him in this event, or at least as far as we can tell this season. I'm pretty sure he is a new 2 high jump, so would be impressive for him. So clear at 178 means we are moving up, perhaps. Maybe. Oh, it seems like Wilkie's day is done. He's got the spikes off, but still a valiant effort. It seems like we are whittling down the competitors, and we've been informed as well that the women's 800 will get underway in around 6 minutes. So that will be the final and concluding event of the women's pentathlon. So a lot to be excited for there. We'll be having one massive heat of the 14 athletes. And that once that you've seen some athletes warming up around the grounds. So once that gets going, I'm sure Jacob, you'll be able to give us some good insights.
Very excited to watch some running events now.
Yeah, it's only been fields so far today, so definitely stick around on the stream as we are heading into the night. 7:30 is kind of the latest I've ever been for a meet, and so it's a unique experience for me. Bridgewater State on the jump. Oh, no good. But he's had some valiant efforts. Still don't know which of the 2 Bridgewater State athletes this is. As the PA announcement rings out, those 800-meter athletes coming to collect their hip numbers, 1 to 14. So the 800 looks to be ready to go soon. Here is Amherst at 178.
He clears it.
Oof.
Saw the bar shake there, but he got over it. And now we're up to 1.81. So some serious height on that bar there.
Yeah, indeed. Now clearing my height, you could say. So have more jumps to go. We still have flight 1 happening as well at 157. Had a Tufts athlete just missed there. Ooh, Bishop, no good at 181. So yeah, women's 800 meters will be underway soon. A little reminder in case you weren't with us before, the current standings in that pentathlon. Mazarell of Williams in first, followed by Thomas Amherst in second. Murphy of Hartford at 3, and then a 4-5-6 for Tufts, Chishil, Player, and Silvera. So realistically, any one of those names could be coming away with the victory. But for the men's side, still a lot to be decided. Here's Bishop. 181.
Just
Better attempt there.
Yeah, it looked better than his first one. So we'll see if he can get over it on his third attempt. But that definitely did look better than the first one.
Yeah, so 800 meters on the women's side. For the men's, what's left is the 60-meter hurdles. Pretty confident that will be Wilkie's. Again, pretty biased. I do know him well. Pole vault of the men's heptathlon as well. And then the 1,000. So I think the pole vault is kind of the biggest wild card there, I'd say.
Definitely, yeah. Pole vault is definitely a big wild card. We can definitely see some shifts in the standings from that.
Yeah, pole vault is one as well. The technique is pretty much the entire event. And if you don't have that, you're going to have a hard time completing it. So expecting perhaps just any mark is a good mark. But that will most likely be tomorrow, as nothing seems to be happening around the pole vault area. So something to look out for, though, as we continue our coverage of the Tufts Cupid Challenge. into tomorrow of this 2024-25 indoor track season. Bishop. Final attempt at 181, I'm pretty sure. Gets it to
Got it. Wow.
go.
It might be the most I've ever seen a bar shake without falling, but Bishop, he's very hyped. So he goes and hugs his teammates there, and he will be moving on to the next height.
Oh, wow. That's got to be a good feeling. I could see his coach as well. Delighted for him. That was a fine jump. 181 there for the Wentworth athlete. So he'll be sure to climb the standings there, currently at 8th. So very much within earshot of the top. So we have the 800 meters almost ready to go. Timer is running even though no one is running. So seems to be happening soon. You can see the athletes around the track. Everyone's got their hip numbers. So once the high jump concludes, we'll head straight into the 800. Again, this is a 200-meter track, so we'll be 4 laps around Gancher. We'll have views for you from our lofted camera by the finish line, so you get to see who's near, who's about to cross first. You obviously have that finish line cam as well. Photo finishes are exciting. I don't know if we have access to that, but
yeah, 800 should be really exciting. It's a really close race. It's fast. It's a real mix between sprint and distance. So you see some like 200, 400 runners sometimes go up, and you see some 2-milers go down. So it's a real hybrid event. So it's one of my favorites to run. Definitely one of the most painful as well. So it should be exciting to watch this.
yeah, those 400, 800 meters are probably considered one of the most brutal ones out there, especially given that combination of sprinting tactics, but with the lungs for distance, you could say. So we have the official discussing with the competitors the rules of the game. You can probably attest to some of those distant events. You gotta make some room for yourself.
Especially with this 6 lanes rather that they have, and I believe they have about 14 athletes, so could get a little hectic here at the start. Sometimes you gotta throw a couple elbows to make sure that you have enough room and not get trips here at the start.
So we are almost lined up and ready to go. 4 or 5 athletes there with the advanced start. Kind of, as you mentioned, because of those 6 lanes, kind of cramped to have all of them at once, but don't worry, they're not getting a head start. It's all fair and square. So I presume they'll be on the outside lanes for the first.
I believe they will
5%.
turn about 150 meters in, and then they'll all be in one area with this California start here.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, when
Nice.
they like go up and it's staggered.
Yeah, so we have 5 athletes there in the California start, as I've just learned. Kotu, McCarthy, Coles, Embry, and Conway, it seems. Athletes 10 through 14 on their hips. So on around the 150 mark, you could say, is when those athletes are allowed to turn in. We have some cones there, some very small cones, indicating where that mark will be. The gun will fire soon. High jump also going in the background, but the 800 is where all eyes are focused on now. Getting the all good for the officials. On your mark. Set and go. We are underway.
Off the 800. Yeah, we definitely saw a little bit of shoving there at the start. We saw, with so many athletes there, you gotta sometimes throw an elbow or two to make sure that you have room.
So heading into the first lap, that staggered start will no longer be the case as we round the first bend of lap 1.
It looks like Tufts in the lead here. Hip number 4.
That's Shashil.
Just at about 34, 35 seconds through this 800. So on pace for about a 220, which is a quick 800.
Yeah, Shashil really setting the pace. Everyone has to catch up to her, followed by Silvera. And we also have Tufts at 4 there, so good showing for the Jumbos. Everyone's really starting to spread out.
Yeah, she's
Shashil.
built up about like a 8-9 meter lead here over second, and we'll see if she can hold this or if she went out too hard.
Again, Shashil in 4th place, so with a solid gap over the rest of the competition, could claim the women's pentathlon crown. As we head into lap 3, Shashil far and ahead.
Yeah, she looks great there. That lap was about a 36, so relatively even splits here. The third lap of this 800, usually one of the hardest, so we'll see. But she seems to be building this gap even more here. Now I like about 10-15 meters, so she's really putting the field away here on this third lap.
She seems built for the moment. Shashil continuing to gain steam, followed by Mazarel, the first place finisher. So she wants to close that gap as quick as possible, but Silvera will make her life difficult. Player there as well in 4th.
Here comes
Here's
Bell.
Shashil.
48, so she's looking great here with about a 5-second lead over second place.
In the final lap, Shashil, Mazarel, Silvera, and Player all looking to vie for that crown, but Shashil far and away looking to be the champion.
Yeah, she's really kicking here with about 100 meters left. She goes down that final curve, and she's going to come onto this back stretch with a huge lead over Amherst in second place. And here she comes back about 50 meters left. We see 2:19 on the clock.
Shashil really pushing it here all the way to the line. We'll see if that gets her the crown, but she has won the women's pentathlon 800 meters.
See Williams come in about 2:30 for second. Tufts will take third.
That's Player there in 3rd, Murphy in 4th, and Silvera rounding out the top 5. We'll see how these scores all play out. That's the exciting part of the multi-events. We don't really know. We don't have those formulas on deck, so could be Mazarel or Shashil, you could say, claiming the title. Thomas seemed to have fallen off in that 800, so towards the back end. But what a race that was.
Yeah, great showing for Shashil. She really front ran that entire race, and 2:24 after running 4 other events today. What a showing for her. Great performance, and we'll see, like you said, how high up this takes her in the rankings, because she had about 5 seconds over second place.
Yeah, so quite the race there. We'll see how it all plays out. The athletes just waiting. Women's 800. But impressive stuff there. As you mentioned, you wouldn't have been able to tell this was a pentathlon.
Yeah,
And
definitely. 2:24 is a great open time, so yeah, even without a pentathlon. So clearly strength in the distance running for Shashil. And yeah, she really took that from the gun, and she was really showed that she was the class of the field there.
taking you back to the men's high jump. Continuing to go now at 187 as we see the final times on the big screen here of that women's 800.
Yeah, over 5 seconds over Mazarol, the current first place athlete from Williams. So that should bring them pretty close. And we saw a player in third, 2:34, fifth for Silvera, and 2:35. So definitely a great showing for Tufts. 3 of the top 5 places.
So Tufts there with quite the performance all around. The high jump continuing to go. A miss there for Wawershik at 187. As we'll show you now those live results. Oh, and the pentathlon seems to have concluded. Who took it away? It was Mazarel.
Ooh.
First place. She did enough there. That gap was too much in the end, but Shashil claims that second spot.
Yeah, we saw Mazarel in second. A great run for her as well. She was sub 2:30, but Shashil jumps up from fourth to second with a really respectable showing, 31:48 to take second place.
Wow, what a conclusion there. I don't think I've ever seen the pentathlon shake out like this before. So the top 5, we'll take you through it. Mazarel in first, 32:83, followed by Shashil. Seems like Mazarel did enough. She saw Shashil almost running away with it, but closed it down. Those 5 seconds, only a gap of less than 100, it seemed, in the end, in the points tally. Murphy of Hartford, good job there in third. Anaya Thomas, even though she finished 12th in the 800, had a very solid rest of the very solid performance in the rest of the events. finishes in 4th, 38.85, and Player in 5th, Silvera in 6th, Santos 7th, Vant 8, Rome 9, Kotu 10, McCarty 11, Coles 12, Embry 13, and Conway 14. So very impressive to all these ladies, though. Obviously, the pentathlon so demanding, but that is your final tally.
Yeah, we saw Shashil put up 764 points in that 800 over Mazarol's 697. So she definitely earned a lot of points back in that final event. But like you said, it just wasn't enough. Mazarol with great performances in the other 4 events, and that's what really carried her to the victory.
And surprisingly, Shashio and Thomas were the only 2 movers in that heading into that last event. Everyone stayed steady after the long jump. So it seemed like things would be shaken up and only shook
Yeah, I
up
guess
a
not.
little bit.
Yeah, Shashil definitely her strengths were in those longer events. We saw her, basically,
Winning the long jump as well.
yeah, 67 points over second place. So big moves for her taking second. But Mazarol with great performances in the 60 hurdles, high jump, long jump, that really carried her to the victory.
Back to the men's high jump, still at 187. Think
Missed it there.
might be one of the last jumps of the day, as seems to be the only one in the field remaining. But assume that will be 184 on the day. That was either Robin or Villegas. So seems to be wrapping up here today.
Yeah. Anything we want to. I wanted the soundboard back.
But again, we remind you, tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the Tufts Cupid Challenge coverage, only on JumboCast. And we also have Tufts versus Amherst of men's basketball, some more NESCAC action in Cousin Gymnasium, also on JumboCast. So tune into that once things wrap up here. But any final thoughts on that pentathlon? That was my first time, I think, seeing pentathlon almost from start to finish.
Yeah, I think it was my first time too. It was super exciting to see how the standings shook up between those different events. Like you said, like some athletes are so much stronger in certain events than others, and that can really shake up the standings. Like we saw with Shashil in that 800, took her up 2 places after 4 events. So yeah, it's super exciting to see how it folds out, and definitely want to watch another heptathlon after that.
Yeah, and there'll be plenty more action for you tomorrow. I think the rest of those heptathlon events will, in fact, be in store tomorrow. But what did you think of Shashil's kind of leading out in front the entire race? I thought at a certain point she would show signs of fatigue, but never did.
Yeah, that was a gutsy performance from Shashil. She knew that 800 was her strength, and she just took it from the gun. She knew that she had to get as many points as possible, being in 4th place, and she knew that was the only way to do it, taking it from the gun. Running pretty much even splits there to run a 224, which is an incredible time after running 4 events. And yeah, we saw Shashil with a great performance there, took her up from 4th to 2nd, and yeah, really gutsy run from her.
Yeah, so impressive showing from Shashil. Does lead the Tufts women's side. Only a freshman out of Somerville, Mass, so very local for her. She knows this place like the back of her hand. Also leads the team this season in the 200 at 25.01, as well as in the 60 hurdles. So a new talent in the hands of the Tufts coaching staff. So great to see there from Shashil, really showing off all of her talents in the multis.
Yeah, she's definitely a name to look out for, only being a freshman. So see how she develops for the rest of indoors and to outdoors and for the rest of her career as a jumbo.
Yeah, Shashil there, as you mentioned, only a freshman. We were talking a bit about Benson as well on the jumping side.
Yeah,
He's
how
a
about
name to
him?
look out for.
Yeah, I believe he'll be competing tomorrow most likely. But yeah, winner of the was it the triple jump or the long jump
Yeah.
at that NESCAC meet about 2 weeks ago? Yeah, incredible showing. The freshman leads the jumbos by a huge margin in the long jump. So we'll see what he can do tomorrow as we go into the second day of this meet. But he's definitely a name to look out for on the national stage, not even in the NESCACs. And we'll see what he's able to do in his young career.
Yeah,
Tufts.
Benson out of Glen, Illinois at 1469 in the triple is a mark you rarely see in general, I'd say at the collegiate level, and
Yeah.
especially at D3. So 1469, almost 49 feet. So impressive from Benson. You also have the likes of Maturi and Lambert rounding out the triple jump roster. So I'll be looking out for that, as I mentioned. Interested in the triple jump side of things. But yeah, there will be plenty more athletes here in Gantry tomorrow. We, unfortunately, will be busy in the Harvard indoor track. So wish us the best of luck. But it seems like we have, apparently, according to the officials, around 15 minutes to go in the high jump. Flight 1 still ongoing. But the men's basketball team of the Jumbos up
Wow.
51-19. Now that seems to be wrapped up, but on the women's side, down by 8, 37-29. So definitely within both teams' capabilities. Amherst a pretty solid squad at 14-6. Both sides 14-6. So that one is away from home for the Jumbos. So lots of NESCAC action ongoing. And tomorrow will also be some more basketball action. Tufts versus Hamilton. A pretty good side for the Jumbos to face in the Continentals. But that will also be featured on Nessun. Tune into Nessun for Nessun coverage, I guess, of Tufts basketball. And JumboCast. Nessun, we're working together. But so, seems as though high jump's ongoing. We'll be headed, 169 is the height ongoing. We'll be headed to a quick break, but we'll let you know if anything else happens. And as always, thanks for watching. Stick with us. All right. For the last time, we welcome you back to Gancher. Seems like things have pretty much wrapped up, so I'll ask you, Jacob, your final thoughts on today's events and what can we expect tomorrow, perhaps?
I thought it was a really strong showing for the Jumbos today. As we mentioned before, Ariel Shishel with a great showing in that 800 to secure second behind Livy Mazarol taking first for Williams. We saw Tufts go 2.56 for the women, and on the men's side, um, we still have 3 events to go, but as it stands, Tufts is sitting in 3rd place with Josh Wilkie. That's our top performer, and then 12th and 13th for Tufts. So certainly a strong showing, more so on the women's side, but we're going to get more into a lot more events tomorrow. We got a long day ahead of track, more running events tomorrow to be excited for. So it should be a great second day of the meet tomorrow. Definitely look out for more of those long distance and sprints as we see more events on the track, and also the finish of this men's heptathlon. We still have the 60-meter hurdles, the pole vault, and then that dreaded 1,000 meters at the very end. So we'll see how that plays out, and we'll see if Josh Wilkie can make his way up. He's only 9 points behind second, but he is about 200 behind Oak Sullivan in first. So we'll see how far he can get up in those last 3 events.
Yeah, so to take you through the final high jump standings, at least for Flight 2, Flight 1 seems to be wrapping up as well. Walrasick and Robin finished at 184. So quite the jumps for them. Bishop at 181, Alves 178, and Wilkie and Sullivan rounding out the top 5 at 175. So got to see quite a few field events, and obviously that thrilling women's 800-meter race, which saw Shashil take the crown, but Williams in the end taking the pentathlon victory. So, as we wrap up, remind you again, Tufts Cupid Challenge will be back tomorrow here bright and early at 10 a.m. And if you're interested for more Tufts action, check out the men's basketball game, which seems to be pretty much wrapped up by a very decent margin, perhaps 30. So, to conclude, we've had quite a few members on this stream, but to say thank you to the other members of our crew, we've had Zachary Miller as our assistant director, handyman, runner. We've had Riley Daniel also doing a similar job on the cams. So shout out to him. We've had Jake Flossie directing and managing the stream as well. So as we mentioned before, thank you for sticking with us and navigating the stream. For Jacob Cece, his first time on the mic, very well done to him, I might add. I've been Max Antonini. Thank you very much for watching our coverage of the Cupid Challenge. And as always, stay home safely.